Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Blip, blip. Wow, that string hit was actually insane. Hello, Stream Elements, my constant companion. It's good to see you. I hope you've all been well. I'm actually dressing the part for once and only once. Bah! Jesus Christ, man. They're going off. Thank you, Bremy. I made an effort for the first and only time in this playthrough. RB, not yet, because I still can't find the earrings, but one day. Yeah, I noticed, oh, that reminds me, I have new earrings to show you, but I noticed a critical flaw in my earrings order, because I bought a bunch of them from Etsy, so that I could have a bunch of cute earrings for packs. None of them are studs, which means that at the end of the day, so that they don't get tangled in my hair, I'm going to have to take them all out and find a way to put my shitty training studs back in, with a, like, super thin thread that's super difficult to match with the shaft. Bah! This shit is terrifying. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the live-action Phoenix Wright movies. Movies or movie. I think it was... I saw an adaptation of the first Phoenix Wright game. It's a live-action movie from Japan. I actually had occasion to watch it on the plane to Japan. Hello, Bubba. In, like, the back of the plane seat. They really... The aesthetics of Phoenix Wright and characters do not look incredible grafted onto, like, real human bodies much of the time, I would say. Phoenix Wright's hair isn't usually something that works in 3 dimensions. Yeah, R-Beat, it was interesting the degree to which they incorporated, like, video game UI into the live action movie by having the court record be like a holographic system so that it worked more or less the same way that it does in the video game. Because I always assumed that the video game UI was just like a shorthand for Phoenix like having a file with a bunch of photos and then like putting a photo down and being like, look at this. I didn't imagine the photo like literally manifesting huge above the courtroom so everybody could look at it. But I guess holograms are the tech shortcut of choice when you're dealing with Japanese media in the near future, as is the case in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not familiar with that, I don't think, the Shrey-Axe. Gintama Phoenix Wright. I did not know that there was live action Bleach. Sorry, Ignoble? Come again? Oh, the director. I'm not familiar. Bum 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 bum. Hi, Locktar. I've also not seen the Phoenix Wright anime. I'm not exactly sure why there's an anime. It just feels like maybe a suboptimal way of experiencing the game. Because that's the thing about like a live action adaptation of Phoenix Wright, is that, oh, okay, this gives us an opportunity to view this story through like the lens of realism. It's like, well, how would this go in an actual court proceeding? How would this be conducted? How do we translate these like anime influenced video game visual conventions into something that real people can do? But then the anime, and I thought this about the Danganronpa anime as well, is just kind of like a shot-for-shot remake of the video game. You can already play the video game, so why wouldn't you just play the video game? Love action. No, Bubba, I'm pretty sure you meant to say love action. Hi, Locktar, welcome to the stream. Here, I'm gonna step out of frame oh so briefly in order to show you guys the latest pair of earrings that has arrived for me. Now, with these earrings, what we have, I think, is sort of like a Mr. Burns situation. If you remember the episode where he drops 100-gram weight on Homer's head that's only 1 kilogram, so it just, like, bounces off of him, hurting him instead of crushing him. Mr. Burns is like, it sounded large when I ordered it. I have to say that the 500-millimeter hoops sounded large when I ordered them. They're not comically huge, I'm afraid. They are, in fact, like, a reasonable diameter for a human being to wear. I don't even know if I can show it to you guys. Here. I'm gonna sacrifice my really good hair setup. But still not bad. Hi, Ezer. I guess I don't actually want something fucking gigantic that's going to tug down on my earlobe, because they're, like, still only less than 6 months old. Thank you, Ezer. And look at that, my hair went back perfectly. I was rewarded for my trust in the earring. I'm not at all sure how the fuck this shit works. I'm having to learn a lot about the different ways that earrings can be fastened. I'm sure that Barry will help me with these at PAX, because that's really what these are for. I think so, Bremy, yeah. I can't help but feel that this orchestral arrangement of the different Phoenix Wright songs is kind of just like playing them in unison very loudly. Hell yes. Oh! And it's starting with Godot's theme. Excellent. I swapped over to the jazz version. It's eminently appropriate, wouldn't you agree, viewer? Yeah, I hope you're ready for Godot to get, like, even more annoying. Proportionally, he's just gotten more and more and more annoying as the game has gone on, including, like, that trend has continued even when we cut to a prequel case and back. Bremy, I hadn't had a chance to listen to that yet. I've been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I've been very, very busy, and indeed I may remain busy tonight and after stream tomorrow and after stream the next day and after stream Monday. I was out late last night because it was my sister's birthday and she wanted to do karaoke. And man, I was extremely fucking sleepy this morning. I gotta say, oh man, I had a very hard time dragging my carcass out of bed. Fun, Ezer. We just looked up karaoke tracks on my sister's, like, television on YouTube. It worked reasonably well. I was surprised by the variety of karaoke tracks you can actually find on YouTube. Very few of them are officially released. Mostly it's just like somebody ran an algorithm over the track to detect and try to weed out the vocals. And it does negatively impact audio quality, but it is a reasonable solution. They had fucking Blackbird Raum on there, and Andrew Jackson Jihad. They had like a genuine video, the karaoke video for Rejoice with the scrolling color on the text and everything. I know, right, Ezer? But they did not have my favorite Yeah Yeah Yeahs track, so the evening was not without its disappointments. Still, I soldier on. Also, my sisters complained that I sang too loudly, but don't you have to project to access your full vocal range? I don't know. I felt confident throwing that objection out the window. No, Ezer, no. I mean, you don't have to sing AJJ like the guy from AJJ. You don't have to go, the big red bird who sleeps under the city. Like, you don't you could actually just sing a real melody like a human being. But I think that if I were watching you sing AJJ for karaoke at a bar, I would appreciate the verisimilitude of you preserving, like, the vocal peaking. Oh, Ezer, that makes sense. Yeah, you live in a place that has religion. I don't know. Listen, sometimes those lyrics go by fast enough people don't actually know what the fuck you're saying, in my experience. Also, even if the lyrics don't go by fast enough, some people have a really hard time, like, understanding song lyrics. Even if they can understand them, they just like process them as a piece of music and not as you actually saying things. I don't know. Maybe I'm 100% wrong, and you sing karaoke at the bar from Near Dark, where Bill Paxton cuts a dude in half. I've been thinking about that scene a lot recently, as you might have guessed by my tweets about the Evangelion wearing a leather jacket. Just the most evocative bar scene from any piece of media, potentially including Roadhouse, which is virtually nothing but bar scenes. I will at this moment. You guys know about Roadhouse, right? So Patrick Swayze. Sorry, a horrible noise just emanated from the corner of my room. Patrick Swayze, and he like gets hired to clean up a really rough bar, and he like beats people up. He's essentially just like beating him up. Minty, welcome to the stream. Hello. The twist, so to speak, of Roadhouse, except it's revealed extremely swiftly, is that the bar is owned or just controlled in like a organized crime blackmail way by like an evil rich dude in town who for some reason has a vested interest in it remaining a shithole. I really don't remember why. Maybe he runs a private security company or something, but it's not really relevant because it's an 80s movie. So we have an evil rich guy and he's the bad guy and he's directly opposed to our hero's interests for whatever reason. And so to like, he shows up at the bar after they've cleaned it up and he's like, hey, this place used to have a lot more character, and he gets his much younger girlfriend to start doing like topless dancing on the stage, to start doing like a strip tease, and Patrick Swayze interrupts her by like grabbing her and jerking her off and walking her back over to the rich guy, and he says, if you're gonna bring your pets around here, you gotta keep them on a leash. Weevelin, hello. They started calling you Roadhouse because Swayze did Tai Chi in the movie. I don't clearly remember that. Maddox, thank you so much for the 14 months. Our first 14-month resub. Oh, Gist, no, it wasn't. Gist was also a 14-month resub 6 minutes earlier. Thank you, Gist. I was going to say, because Maddox and Gist subbed the first out of anyone on the channel before I even announced that I had made affiliate. So they are the ones usually who get first dibs on the resub game. Just hi 20 yards. Oh, our beat. After 20 yards finishes with their Ahega reduction redeems, could you please tally those up and the ones from I think Locktar earlier and tell me how many we're at? Just as like the older twin. Bum ba da dum, ba bum ba bum. Which song is this? Oh, it's the epilogue from Rise to the Ashes from the first game. That explains why I couldn't quite place it. It's not like a regular theme. Bram, I'm gonna do a bunch of really hilarious shit, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's right, Locktar. Thank you, Gooey. I try. I worry the cross is giving me more of like a Christian school marm vibe, but I forget what I did with my big chunky gold chain. I couldn't very well go live with only one necklace. I mean, be serious. The song fucking whips though. I never heard this arrangement of this before. This is really good. Well, this is less good. I don't really care for the trumpet breakdown. I was enjoying it. Thanks a lot, track. Making a fool out of me. Oh, God. I do feel like there's maybe sort of an aesthetic disconnect between my wardrobe and the back of the room now. Because I'm just less like an e-girl. Oh, I'm sorry, Bram. That's rough on you. I know how bad it is to be stuck with substandard internet, believe you me. Our beat, very well. I would have worn it today, but I felt like I was thinking that I would want a picture of myself to use for stream promotion, and I really thought that I needed to be in like something that looked like a lawyer would actually wear it, and not like a phantom thief. That's true, Azar. I mean, I guess that's true. If because there were like law cases were like being conducted over Zoom and shit, especially in 2020. I would say that if I were conducting a defense over Zoom, I'd probably want to remove at minimum the Ahe Gao hoodie from the background. The shark is maybe unprofessional, but the Ahe Gao hoodie I think is the chief objectionable, pardon the phrase, object. I'm gonna start playing the video game. It's been 15 minutes. All right. The time has come. Unmute Phoenix Wright. Bum, 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 ba, da, bum, bum, bum. I swear it always starts as soon as I unmute it. That's so eerie. 23 Redux. Thank you, Gooey. We are going to be hiding the peach, or at least chroma keying out the stem. Bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Goodbye, stem of the peach. We hardly knew ye. Cool. I forgot to adjust the lighting before I did that. Alrighty, we're good to go. Any plans to play? I don't know what GAA is. Is that the... Oh, is that the prequel one that you gifted me? I could. I was thinking that if I continued to stream Ace Attorney games, I would do them in release order. I don't know exactly where the prequels or like the throwback video games lie in comparison to like where they were, like when they were released versus the 3DS games. Oh, of course, RB. Are those the very most recent ones, Ezra? They're after Gale Tornado? That's how I measure the game. Hang on, I need to make her more visible so I can make my point. Can you guys see her? She's there. So it's after her then. Oh, I wouldn't stream the Leighton crossover game. I don't even know if I would stream Ace Attorney Investigations, although I could if MK finished the capture mod to my 3DS. Bremy, that would be very sad if I removed her from the stream after I beat her case. Alright, I can't wait for Godot to call me a cunt. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Neck, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? Well, she's in the fucking cave, Pearls. I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Boy, have I forgotten the shit that is going on in this video game. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Those spikes were just me booping in the menu. I didn't have to turn down the levels. Right. There was the letters written in blood that said Maya on the stone lantern in the garden at the inner temple, making it seem like that's where the murder took place. Also, we found the box, which revealed that Elise Dunant is in fact Misty Faye, even though it hasn't changed her name in her profile. We found out that Dahlia and Iris are twins, and that they're Morgan Faye's daughters, which is stupid. And that on the night of the murder, Pearls, following her mother's instructions, tried to channel Dahlia, who was supposed to have been put to death, but was unable to. Meaning that Pearls thought that she lost her powers, but that's probably not the case. Meaning that either Dahlia isn't dead or someone else was channeling her. Anyway. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the trading hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. Wow, okay, just condemn Maya to death, I guess. That's chill. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, that was not Godot. I thought it was gonna be him. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. Yes, Arby. That's what I said last stream. How evil do you have to be as a 19-year-old, like conventionally attractive young woman to get put as a member of the ethnic majority in your country to get the fucking death penalty? Like, do you know how fucking evil you have to be for that to happen to you? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Yes, I'm guilty. Please lock me up now. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Maddox Executable Kent, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? No, man, I'm pretty sure it's Godot. Godot literally showed up. Francisca was like, what are you doing here? This is my case. And Godot was like, fuck off, bitch. Women can't run court cases. I'm pretty sure he's trying this case today, man. Just apparently in Japan, the lawyer is not allowed to be present when their client is being questioned, which is the opposite of how it works in the US, where they have the right to have an attorney present, excuse me. I know what you're thinking. Right, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Phoenix, that was pretty straight across the bow there, man. I don't know why you're confused about that. What? Then who is Phoenix? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. You're only fit for women's work, like brute forcing 5 combination locks. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow, because in a very real sense there isn't. This is the last case in the video game. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Thanks, Edgeworth! Nah, that's so chill of you, that you're so supportive of me. Thank you. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this, because we didn't have enough memory on this cartridge. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, is Godot gonna start sneezing? And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Gay! You are gay! Thanks! I leave the rest in your capable hands, boyfriend. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunant. No, I mean Miss Elise, or Ms. Misty Fey. I'm pretty sure we did figure it out. This is the real murder weapon. We don't know all the circumstances, though. It probably happened in the garden, and we don't know what that was like. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I didn't really remember Morgan being a part of this. I will bring them all, or I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. That's the spirit, Phoenix. February 10th, 10 o'clock a.m. Jesus Christ. February 10th, 10:10 a.m. It's like when Picard reads the star date and it's like all fours. I forget what episode it is of Next Gen. It's in like the first few seasons. Picard says the start is like 444.4. There's like a 2 or something in there, but it's almost all fours. Bremy, it's very mysterious.
Quarters.
What the fuck? Where's the other fucking judge? What the fuck, man? We started this case and it was like, hey, we know that this entire game... No game audio on VOD? Shit. Sorry. I forgot about that. Sorry, thank you for letting me know. I fixed it. Wow, thank you so much. Who the fuck was that? Who caught that? Thank you. Anyway,
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
what happened to the other judge? We had this whole thing. It's like, hey, we know that this entire thing has been Phoenix and Godot and the bald judge, but what if we had Edgeworth and Francisca and the Canadian judge instead? Wouldn't that be crazy? Why would the judge change? Don't we have to start over if it's a different judge? It's okay, I was only streaming for like 10 minutes with no game audio on the VOD, so we're okay. Your Honor, what are you?
Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted.
Why was your little brother raised in a different country from you?
Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. It doesn't explain anything! Christopher Bird, I thought you literally remembered and were reminding me.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Not to mention Canadian.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot.
Hang on. My throat's a little raw to be doing Godot right now. I wish I had said that differently. Well said.
Well said, Tessa. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. He's drinking Turkish coffee.
So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
What the fuck did you do to my witness, or my defendant, you piece of shit? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? We're practically married.
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
I confess to something other than the murder, haha, got you. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. You didn't do that with Francisca! You called her a bitch! That's one of my rules. Such a piece of shit!
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Judge, what happened to the song and dance where you fall in love with her at first sight that everybody always does?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
Fuck. It's alright, what is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Ezra.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Ms. Elise Dunham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What?
Judge, you're always going, what?
Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? You'll get over it, Phoenix. 3 minutes into court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Huh. You did say ha! I was right. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. That's a terrible line. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ugh, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Fuck this! I mean, part of that testimony was meeting you, which you can literally verify. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. I am going to once again thank on bended knee the localizer for this game for translating what is probably Ojo-chan as little lady for the first time that I have ever witnessed in my life. Every time an anime character says Ojo-chan, the subtitles are like, young miss, young lady, little miss. And it's like, fucking no, man. We actually have a phrase for this. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Ugh. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her.
Yeah, Iris, you're sort of going the Dahlia route now.
I'm sorry, I'm a dirty girl. Please, can you forgive me? The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Filthin', exactly. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya?
Order in the courts. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
Oh, thank you, Stream Elements, reminding everybody. If you're enjoying the stream, I hope you consider donating. I have to make rent for the coming month of March. Oh shit, it is March now, actually. I have to make rent now. Thank you in advance.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do—
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ezer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Phoenix, you say this shit every fucking case, man. Bum bum. Wah.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Iris, this sounds like fucking bullshit.
It was just like Street Fighter.
Locktar, thank you so much for the $32.61. Is that because that's dollary dues?
Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Thank you, Locktar, and thank you, Gist. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So it was self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first.
Why would she fucking do that?
I've never seen a woman.
That's very good. I dream of Azathoth. Thank you for the 13 months. Azathoth saith, what did Jay-Z call his wife before they married? Fiance. Like fiance, but with an F. William, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Well, I unfortunately, Minty, thank you for the $10 donation. My impression of Jay-Z is forever marred by his fucking verse in Monster.
That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I mean, if Iris feels responsible for Dahlia's actions, I like, what is she gonna do? Explain spirit channeling to the judge? Yeah, Arbeat, what the fuck? I was wondering that as well. Godot is like, now Maya's dead too, and it's all your fault. I guess he only cared about Mia and was using Maya as a counterexample to hurt Phoenix's feelings. Now, if I had her earlier testimony, I could just present it here and object, but I crumpled it up and threw it away, probably specifically so that I couldn't do this. Saw it all happen in the garden. Oh, yeah? She doesn't seem to know that the staff contains a sword. I know Gist, but it's still, it really doesn't belong in a court of law. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Ms. Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why were they doing it? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright.
Dream, I assume that this is a really pithy play on the name of Wright, a manga with which I am unfamiliar.
I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
Mysticalese moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunon tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Ms. Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Ha! Huh? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Jesus Christ, Godot. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yeah, and she's incriminating my fucking law partner. Yes, well, nevertheless, this probably constitute a conflict of interest. I didn't do the 23 Ahigai reductions. Forgive me. I'll attend to those now. Bringing the price down to 16,701 points. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Contempt of court, throw him out. Contempt of court. Like, listen, Francisca may have beat the judge with a whip. She never said, I'm the one who's going to decide this case. But the judge looks just as taken aback as if he had been whipped. Okay, now, let's continue. Oh, I didn't mean to hold it. I'll read this. She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, all right.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger. I'm sure of this.
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Ms. Dunalm throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunalm really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands anyway. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. It's like Dark Souls. Do you ever play Dark Souls? If you try to use a big sword in the narrow corridor, it just bounces off the wall. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Yeah, I can think of something strange about it. There is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunalm would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. They didn't change her profile, right? Or actually, can I just present it? I'm gonna try it. Elise Dunalm would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunalm. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey?
No, not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Quran channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Again, I say, we've got a lot of muzha-muzhas from the gallery in this case, but they've never actually had any dialogue across the bottom of the screen.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunalm actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Yeah, Godot, you kind of sucked at this. Godot, isn't investigating your and the cops' jobs? You kind of suck shit at this.
Order! Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented...
What, are you trying to not spoiler the case for people who came in now?
1.
Okay.
That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
Coming back from the dead. Ignore all of the spirit channeling, and also that I said I came back from the dead. Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. So, I read in that interview with... Somebody posted an old blog post that had excerpts from interviews with, like, the game developers and also the woman who did the localization for Phoenix Wright, which is really, really cool because it had, like a lot of insider info, including that the original character concept for Godot was that to match his hard-boiled image, he would drink bourbon and smoke in court instead of drinking coffee. And while it's difficult for me to imagine his character without coffee because he never fucking shuts up about coffee, if he smoked and drank bourbon, I would probably get too horny to finish this video game. I asked MK if that would make her like him more or less, and she said that if he drank in court, she would like him more, because it would like it would add like sort of a sad tint to his like smug facade that he's like getting shit-faced in court. Could you get to your point? Right, but in the final game, he never shuts up about coffee. They changed it because they were worried that him drinking would be like a negative influence for the children playing the game. And it is true that when I was in 8th grade, I made a very brief but valiant effort to get into coffee because of Godot. But if I had tried to drink bourbon at that age, I'm certain that I would have just immediately spat it out, like I did when I tried to drink gin 4 years later. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Wait, Godot, so the 17 cups of coffee for a trial is in addition to your non-trial coffees? Think about how much sadder this would be if it was bourbon. I heard the witness's confession this morning, just as I was finishing my 8th glass of morning bourbon.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. It seems like Godot is already suffering from like some substantial neurological damage from his poisoning. So I guess he's in the frame of mind where he's just like, fuck it. It's like when Walter White smokes a cigar because he already has lung cancer. And he discovered this little beauty. What the fuck? Godot, did you forge that?
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? We already established you can't see blood, so I'm interested to know what the thing that you notice is.
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
What? There is? Fuck. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. It has been, Ezer. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Yes, it said no clues here. Yeah, Ezra, it's in the previous case, or no, 2 cases ago. It's in case 3, where Maggie Bird's apron has a huge red stain on it, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, why didn't you present this?" It's like Godot's like, "You're right. The straps aren't the most interesting thing about this. There's a coffee stain." It's like, well, also there's a fucking blood stain, and it gets like discombobulated. Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the 2 women, the little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. I don't see how the fuck that works. I don't see how the fuck that could possibly work. I don't think that's physically possible. I think you would have had to throw it from the other side of the fence.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? Think about how much funnier this would be if it was bourbon. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, this court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Dagger added to the court record. The only reason I'm at all ashamed of how horny I am for Godot is because he looks dumb. If he still looked like Diego Armando saying this shit, I would have no shame. Unlike all the shame that I have the rest of the time. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Huh. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Godot, you have personal experience to the contrary. What the fuck are you talking about?
In any case, witness, you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the 2 women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Godot is like if a guy who sucks was also kinda hot. That's fair. Godot is like if a guy who was hot also kinda sucked.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon.
What a dumbass fucking scene!
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern.
Yeah, can you imagine Maya with the knife?
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
I'm pretty sure she was stabbed through the back and not the front, so I think I can just object to this right off the bat.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Did I fuck up the dialogue, R-Beat? Sorry about that. The battle! Oh, I see. No, she's saying Mystic Elise. That's what you're correcting. Alright. I'm pretty sure I can just present the autopsy report here. She was stabbed through the back. Really? Is it the next piece of dialogue instead? It must be. That's why they showed me the picture. I feel like the other one also should have worked. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
I guess if Iris channeled Dahlia, her appearance wouldn't change at all because the hair doesn't change when you channel someone, only your body does. Your body and face.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern. Maya doesn't have a fucking jacket. She's wearing an above-the-knee skirt, for Christ's sake. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah, that's my skirt.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You catch my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Fuck you! Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the witness was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? You expect the details of a witness's testimony to match up with the evidence? Get real. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
Except for me, because of my superhero visor. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, Hazakura has a rule that if two people order an appetizer to share, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening. Or should I say endarkening?
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Fuck off, dude. Why is he saying all this great shit right at the end of the game, but I can't use it for stream promotion? Isn't that right, Trite? No! Right, I wouldn't even scream. I would raise like a very reasonable objection to this line of thinking.
Order, order, order.
Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Stone lantern added to the court record. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. I have to wonder about all of the blood under the word Maya. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? Especially because Maya is written upside down, so potentially the shit before the word Maya could be like, it wasn't Maya? Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it.
Oh, Godot didn't know.
Huh?
Feels maybe. So here's the thing. This is technically ableist, but it's for a disability that doesn't actually exist, which is that you are wearing a red prosthetic visor that gives you the ability to see.
Why? It's written in blood.
Hoo boy, Ezra, he's blind without it. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the? Oh, yes, that's right. Also, I saw that happen, I guess. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Lieutenant, Jordy's visor doesn't tint everything red, although it doesn't show true color.
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Huh, nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Godot, are you not aware of your own disability at this point? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Lieutenant, let me see if I can post this. I'm gonna try really, really hard to post this. I had an exchange with friend of the stream Bloodberry Tart the other day. It might be difficult to put in OBS. Let's see. Fuck, it is. Okay, that's okay. I can do this. Don't worry. All right. And what the fuck, dude? Come on. Okay, there it is. I sent her this Godot screenshot that made me really horny, and then she sent this back. It's especially bad because the guy has like fucked up bleached hair. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
Hey, Philly. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
Were they supposed to be goggles when they wrote the script? Because I wouldn't call those goggles. So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been...
Oh, that's sad. He's upset.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. I don't think that's the first time he said that. Can somebody do a treat for Tess? I'm hungry. Sister Iris's cover-up.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korine tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishitou to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body.
I got these Hers salt and vinegar chips because for some reason I can't find full-size bags of Lay's salt and vinegar chips anymore. I don't know if they're like discontinuing that size of that flavor. These are the most heavily fucking seasoned chips I've ever eaten in my life. Anyway, I'm going to crunch this into the mic for ASMR. That's right, Remy. I might get a little flushed from the vinegar. Thank you all.
So you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
She really is going Dahlia mode.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Yes, Ezra, it's a real thing. I know, right, Gooey?
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, a stretch. I don't mind if I do. How many squats are we at? Sister Iris's cover-up. Do I have something about how long the bridge was on fire for that I can present here? Because the idea is she couldn't drag it behind her all the way across Dusky Bridge because it was on fire. I'll try presenting the weather report here, but I don't know if that's gonna cut it. No, okay. We're gonna have to press here. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes, when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me.
Yeah, in American court, it's actually like, it's against procedure for counsel to direct each other, to address each other directly. The lawyers are not supposed to talk to each other. The lawyers are supposed to direct everything they say to the judge. So if they're trying to argue with opposing counsel, they have to say, you know, Your Honor, the opposing counsel's point that whatever is unfounded because...
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Why did you remove the body? Great question.
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh? Yeah, let's talk about the bridge. It's pretty amazing that you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly
Sturdy despite its age. No, it's fucking not. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Also, that's not true, because I caught a cold at the beginning of this game. And also during this case. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? That's a great question. Sorry, I have to roll up my sleeves. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya.
If Mystic Elise disappeared, she wasn't even supposed to be at the Inner Temple that night. I don't see how that would implicate Maya at all.
That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Use the snowmobile to carry it back. The snowmobile! I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks? I don't know. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow is still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
Oh, right. Now I get to talk about the bridge being on fire. Because the bridge burned out before the snow stopped. It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
What do you fucking think? Her testimony of what she did to cover up the murder doesn't have something to do with the case? Are you insane? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be a very special stream for somebody out there. God damn it. Wrong one, huh? I feel like the bridge burning thing is the main issue here. I guess I'll start by pressing this? There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? I'm not gonna ask any details about what you said, because that would be giving the player too much information.
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie The Grid Revelations? Non-Deste? The Grid Revelations. Again, it's another one of these things where I Google it and the first result is somebody explain this Phoenix Wright reference to me. GameFAQs forum post 15 years ago. October 26th, 2008. Wright's thinking to himself about Iris's testimony. It would mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid Revelations. I don't get it. It was just a goof name made up, and the fact that a grid has many holes? Oh, it's a Matrix Revolutions joke. Okay, that's what it is. Yes, it is supposed to be the Matrix. We figured it out. Well, Dude5123 figured it out on October 26th at 6:20 p.m. But it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Matrix Revolutions. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I won't say it. I won't say it.
Huh?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Come on, really? I don't get anything for that? Now do I press this now that she's said that the snow stopped? But that might be what it is. Why not throw the body into Eagle River? Fuck, man, come on! I know what you're trying to show me. I understand what you're trying to tell me. I don't understand what input you want. Oh, Phoenix Wright. I already tried presenting the weather report here. It's not the drawing of the burning bridge either. Ah. I don't know, is there anything else? Oh! No? Not the orb that was half buried in snow, meaning that it was still snowing when she transported the... Oh my god. Did I present it at the right dialogue? It doesn't say that it was half buried in snow in the evidence record anymore, though. That blows. Fucking brutal, dude. What do they want from me? Okay. All right. Weather data. You'd think it would be the weather data because the weather data is the piece of evidence that talks about how long the bridge is burning for, from 10:45 to 10:15. God damn it. Fucking goddamn it, dude. I could try presenting the autopsy report. It doesn't feel like the right time for it, but... Tracks. crime photo. And there's no snow on anything, so this doesn't contradict that when the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Man, what do they want from me? I truly do not know. I don't know what they want. Just save me. Somebody fucking save me, Jesus Christ. Hi, Vega. Fuck. Oh, God almighty. Do I present the weather report here now that I've unlocked the later dialogue? Yep. I already tried presenting the weather report here, and it didn't work. I had to unlock later dialogue and then represent the weather report here, because they are evil who make this game. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Why are you crying about it? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire.
What did you say?
Did you not know the bridge burned up?
The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. Huh. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
Order, order, order.
Yeah, I feel like the finale case of the last game had much better crowd dialogue, where the people in the crowd were like, come on, Mountain Guard's clearly guilty, that lawyer's such a scumbag. Now they're not saying anything. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you, Gramps. Old man. Wow. Throw him out. Throw him out. It's a fucking mistrial. Why do they even let him take over in the first place? Von Karma should have continued to prosecute this case.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but truth and lies actually have a quite close causal relationship.
Oh, very good, Brent. Very good, RB. Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunon was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunon's body. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Fuck you! You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time! Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. I think somebody else quoted that in an earlier case. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no.
I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ack!
All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Probably not, man. Fucking, I just heard Echo knock something over from the other room. There's like a big bakum, like her knocking over a big box or something. Moving the body.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
I believe I know what to do here.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge photo added to the court record. Do you guys know how it happened? Have you guys figured it out? Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Sorry, I went too far.
Are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
Ba-ba-da-da! A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Ms. Elise Dunant's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Dunant.
Brilliant.
Highly gifted?
Apprentice?
Shadow Moses. Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. No, none of them have fucking seen it. None of them were in court yesterday. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. I actually have gaskets to blow. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Because the player wouldn't have fucking figured it out if they didn't give them a giant hint?
All right then, let's hear the defense's story. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Dunant is... exactly what happened, but it's upside down. Of course the victim was flying through the air. Oh, whoopsie doopsie. Oh, wait, hang on. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Okay, I guess the correct choice is that it's a complete contradiction, or... it's upside down. It's upside down. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurice Dunant stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? The supports. They're on the wrong side of the bridge. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Yes, it is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that'll point out how the sketch contradicts reality. I mean, Gooey, I already played this case when I was in 8th grade. A lot of this stuff I've forgotten. This I did not forget.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires. What?
Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. Hi, ZJ. With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, all right? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody, folks. I'm trying to raise enough money to cover my rent, which is technically due today, but I do still have a few more days in which I can pay it. So I hope if you enjoy the stream, you'll consider making a donation towards that end. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was sucking his own dick. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
Anonymous, thank you for the $20 donation. Was that ZJ, or was that a true anonymous donor? But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Regardless, thank you.
Ah!
Ugh, no way. It was somebody else. So thank you, Anonymous, and also thank you, ZJ Beck, for the $25 donation. Laurice Dunant witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. You could already tell that because the body was moving in the wrong direction.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Dunam's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! Hi, AK. Yes, Lucky. He is. Oh, I have good news, guys. I made my appointment for my hair styling. It's for the day before I leave for PAX, March 19th. So it's right up against the wire, but I managed to get in. I'm very excited. I'll be collecting money for that momentarily. Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. I hope you guys like what I'm gonna do with it, because I'm gonna mix up the dye job a bit. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? I'll be posting selfies every day I'm at PAX, so you guys will see it, if not that Tuesday, then 2 days thence. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Well, ZJ Mac, you're gonna be at East, right? So you might see it in person. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory.
LOL, Azir.
What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious playoff beard. I guess this judge's beard is probably not playoff associated.
Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunam's body. This fucking animation? I mean, surely somebody had to catch it on the other side, though. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. At that point, you should have just chucked it into the river. Huh. Imagine if that was, not Scotch, bourbon.
Mr. Godot!
Oh, my fucking controller disconnected. He's just chugging.
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. Indeed, 100%. So I suppose that it's not such an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? A couple things. But how about the 10-foot fall? Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
I know, right, Ezra? How the fuck they managed that? Hi, Kringus. Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Kringus, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Kringus. Thank you, thank you. I know, right, Arby? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell at about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, right, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. I think they would have accepted the autopsy report or the crystal sphere there.
That's...
It's fine, Ezra. They explain it as the anchor at the near side of the bridge being 10 feet lower than the anchor at the far side of the bridge. No, Ezra, it would, obviously it wouldn't rise to the same height, but it would rise to higher than the, yeah, exactly. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. There's still no telling why the body came loose, but that explains the fall. It's the one that came off of Ms. Elise Dunam's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night.
What the fuck was that?
An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
That's what that was.
Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
What? Why don't we ever get to see his aide sliding cups of coffee down the counter at him?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body?
What do you have to say about that, Trite? Also, how did they arrest Iris if she was stuck on the other side of Dusky Bridge? That's also not an issue that we've explained yet.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Now, hear me out. This is gonna sound a little wild. Hear me out.
Well, Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
That aroma just now. It smelled of sulfur. Perhaps it was your chances of winning rotting away?
Really?
Mr. Wright, please.
Oh, okay, never mind. I see what they're trying to say. I see what they're trying to say, I think. They're saying that, right, because I just said, if Iris was the one who shipped the body over, she couldn't have been arrested because she would have been trapped on the inner temple side. So that means that the accomplice on the Hazakura Temple side was Iris. It's a little fucky, because they're like, who is the accomplice to Iris? But it's Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Oh, but
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie.
Godot, do you not recognize that she is fucking identical to Dahlia Hawthorne, the woman who poisoned you to death? Like, do you have fucking amnesia from it?
Was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed.
LOL, Bremy.
You look like a woman I once knew, except I can tell you're not because you're so suffused in red.
Ironically, Dahlia has red hair. And it's like a weird artificial red too that you might get from like overlaying a red filter on black hair.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless, oh shit. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is?
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Ba-ba-da-ba. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Hisashiburi da ne. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps.
This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor's all mine!
No, the honor is all mine.
Wow, rare opportunity to do my Winston Payne voice.
But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
Ellipsis. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Order! Order! Order!
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karine channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karine channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Yeah, this is the kind of shit that you can get away with saying in a court of law in Phoenix Wright land. What, right, there should be no crowd chatter. It should just be fucking silence.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone. On the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was?
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
It's like the meme with the cats, 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, RB, I don't know if you guys remember. They actually showed us this line of dialogue a few times as a bit of foreshadowing / a big hint. But when Maya shows up and says she's doing the special training course, Sister Bikini says, "Oh, well, that's pretty strenuous. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel."
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What? Why is that clear? How is that clear?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Oh, Ezra, that's pretty good.
Oh, there's 2 of them. There's 2 of us. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Nuh-uh. Yes, no. There was an earthquake and she got away from Edgeworth. I can't deny any of that.
Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand.
Hi, Persephone.
But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean? Shadow Moses?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. I imagine her, like, dancing through the tulips.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move about freely was... Ding, 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 ding.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
You didn't have to throw Edgeworth under the bus like this. You could have just said she escaped in the confusion.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
Wow, that one was super Mickey. That one was epic Mickey.
How could I have... She fled. She escaped.
Thank you, Persephone. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. I don't remember that, Ezer. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. She's back. My wife who has returned from the grave. Praise be. Oh.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh, that voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady,
Always ask for her name and occupation. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. You know, it really feels like we're nearing the end of this case, but there's so much shit we have yet to address. The writing Maya in blood. Who actually murdered her? Elise, I mean. Like... Save your progress up to this point, yes. I should eat the other 2 chips I'm owed from earlier. Also, how many squats are we at now? Perfect Arby. LOL Locktar. Welcome to Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright is kind of like Evangelion in that your first time through it, you're probably not actually going to understand what happened, especially if you experienced it as a child for the first time, again, like Evangelion. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Courtroom.
Well then, let's continue where we left off. Witness?
I was waiting for the music to kick in so I could start doing squats.
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Ezer, when I was playing this game, first of all, I didn't think I... Alright, thank you for the follow. First of all, I don't think that I understood that you could just search up help for video games online. Because when I was in middle school, I was like still buying physical strategy guides for Pokemon games. So I don't think I knew that you could go on GameFAQs. But also, I did not have my own computer, and I was playing this to a large extent under the covers in bed at night, so I did not have the opportunity to Google. So I brute forced everything is what I would do. If I didn't know what to do, save the game, press all the dialogue again, present every piece of evidence at every piece of testimony, present every profile at every piece of testimony. That's how it's pronounced. I'm sorry. Those are the only phonemes we have in English. Anyway,
How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
thank you for giving me some fucking audio so I could do squats.
The whole plan began with my death.
So, only a month ago then? It's squat time, motherfuckers. I'm gonna be squatting in slacks. It's gonna suck. Alrighty. I know, right, Quaid? Or Ezra, rather? Oh, my weights. How could I forget my Inviso weights? Wow, that's actually a pretty sick effect. Look at that. Hi, Dahlia. All right. 1. It's a good thing these slacks are elastic. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, God. Fuck. Oh, God. Fucking Christ. Persephone, if I do them faster, then I can finish them before I get exhausted. It's like, it takes my muscles a certain amount of time to register that they're getting tired. So if I do them more quickly, they don't notice. Fucking Christ, God, Christ. Wow, that really hurt my thighs. It shouldn't have. I didn't squat yesterday. Maybe that's why it hurt my thighs. So I didn't squat for the past 3 days. Whew. Take the Tessa challenge at home. Squat along with the streamer. With 10 pounds of weight if you have it. Let's get a big bowling ball.
The whole plan began with my death.
This will make my voice extra breathy for Dahlia's dialogue. That's ideal.
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris.
Scouting, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, Arby, that might be because of how long you are. It probably takes less strain on the thigh to make it ache.
The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Okay. I was about to say, what the fuck is wrong with you, Godot? This is the woman who poisoned you. But I think he's being like a stickler for procedure because he's a veteran defense attorney, is what I'm supposed to read into this. Thank you, Todd. Everybody sees this as a Wexler fit. It's true that the neckline is similar to her fits, but she's usually wearing blouses.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? What do you mean by it seems to have succeeded anyway? You think the plan was a success?
You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern! Phoenix, who the fuck do you think is channeling Dahlia right now? Good voice acting, where'd you learn that? From my life and times. I guess I have not taken any, like, training or anything.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Fucking apocalyptic scale ex-girlfriend. Jesus Christ, dude.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, what she was after as well. Oh, that's right. This is the dialogue. I was thinking about this. I was excited for this dialogue. I'm shocked that I didn't press it right away. Anyway, exactly, Minty. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
I love that line. It gave me chills as an 8th grader. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me.
Wow, big oversight there.
Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Again, this woman was a death row inmate. Oh, it's a shame that we don't have her mugshot.
Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fey the master of crime.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
That's not the story we heard.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
And why did he take his daughters with him when he left Khura'in? I'm pretty sure that's not true.
How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
This is a long-ass sequence of dialogue. Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
I feel like they could have made Iris exclamation point Dahlia's evil face a little more obviously evil. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
This is why I hate trying ghosts. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh.
Godot said that earlier.
She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber.
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway,
I just want to know one thing. Were you faking? Please, Dahlia, I have to know. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Probably to hurt you, man, or as revenge, posthumous revenge against Mia. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. You're just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get my revenge.
Revenge. Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Oh wait, this is the end of the dialogue in it. I think this is extra dialogue that I got for pressing everything else. Revenge against, hear me out. Revenge against Mia. Objection! Yeah. Not really an objection, because it's not really a contradiction, but. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message.
It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation.
This does pass the Bechdel test. Listen, Minty, we're not exactly sure on the phenomenology of how to dispel a spirit.
I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel.
Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes. Red White fucking blue-balled me. Appropriately enough. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever.
That sounds hellish.
I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. No, I mean, practically it was not different, but in ideology it was different.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
You know, I'd probably be hornier for Morgan Fey if she did her hair like this and wore a sundress too.
Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
Also, another piece of foreshadowing about the Dahlia possession is that when Iris gives Phoenix her hood, she's like, the evil spirits here are really powerful, so you need to be careful and always wear one of these. So, it was at least Dunon who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun had never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I'd hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
Oh, I see. So she's saying that she was channeled by Misty, and that she, in Misty's body, stabbed Maya, and then Maya stabbed her back, and so Maya technically killed Misty Fey. I don't think that jives even remotely. You were stabbed.
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. She uses chopsticks, as we all do in Los Angeles.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
So who the fuck is channeling you now?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks.
Thank you, KSBPTV, and thank you for the 5-month resub.
Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
So whose body are you supposed to be possessing right now? Because you're not still possessing Elise's body, because we have that in evidence.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
The ghost Dell test. Thank you so much for the $1.50. No, Gooey. Pearls is here. Pearls is fine. Also, if she were possessing Pearls, she would have Pearl's hair, which she doesn't. Interrupted.
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gotten to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Lieutenant, I tend to agree. On this, there is consensus.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck. Lady Luck, ring-a-ding-dong. I could sing to her all night long.
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Oh. The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away at my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author.
But whose body are you in now, though? But whose body are you in now, though, is the thing. Because you're not in hers now.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there.
So is she suggesting that channeling spirits, in addition to adopting their appearance, also de-ages you?
Maya Faye. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
I feel like that's kind of... A lot of people, you hear a lot in fiction about the worst wrong or the worst sin or the worst crime someone can commit. And there's always room to fudge there. You probably come up with some things that are worse than matricide. Genocide probably is worse, I would say.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than Your darling little Maya.
No! Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
Objection. Or, I mean, take that. The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River? Psycho Mantis?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River.
Then who swung the body over? Dahlia, your story is full of holes.
Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now? Feeny.
Ooh, Whoops. Sorry, that's my phone. Really? What kind of ringtone is that? It's his theme, Phoenix.
Brent Bust, I'm not sure I understand the comparison you're making.
Godot here. Okay. Thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. Yeah, but who's channeling Dahlia now?
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No.
No!
That's true, Azir.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunant, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she'd done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Oh, I see, Brent.
Eagle River. Oedipus complex.
I'm not sure that the Oedipus complex enters into it here. However, I am reminded of the end of the Children of Huron here. It can't be.
Huh.
Oh, it was Godot.
Huh.
I love voicing you, dude.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I got that one from Herlock Sholmes, no matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
Douglas Adams' Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency presents a different take on that line, which is that once you eliminate the improbable, whatever remains, however impossible, must be the truth. Because if something is unlikely to happen, then it probably didn't, and it's more likely that the thing you think is impossible actually wasn't for some reason. Practical, thank you so much for the 11-month resub.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
Damn, my controller disconnected.
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. Oh, right, and there's a ledge of rock there. They would have seen her.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
Nope, you fucking ass. That's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax. And think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Actually, that line might not have been from Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. It might have been from The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul, the sequel. I don't remember which book it was. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh! Whoa! You're right!
Garrulus, I have not watched the show on purpose. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
Yo.
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya, oh, she doesn't know who she's possessing? Okay, she doesn't know who she's possessing. Dahlia, you are dumb as fuck. She didn't seem that smart in all of her schemes, frankly, to date. She doesn't fucking know who she's possessing.
Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River.
There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Hiding. Ms. Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
You know what it is? Godot actually died, and that's why he wasn't there for the first day of the trial. And this Godot here in the room with me is actually Maya channeling him. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shock collar stream. Shall I tell you, Ms. Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, I hope you'll consider donating to help support it. I need to make rent for March in the next few days. I'd be very grateful. No shit, Quoid. No fucking shit. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What? Maya Faye is here?
You say she's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Lucky, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? That's been my question this entire time. I don't know how she didn't ask herself that.
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
No, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? You know, okay. No, exactly, Tra, that's what I was thinking, but whatever. Okay, so I think the order of operations here is Misty Faye found the note. She channeled Dahlia before Pearl could so that her niece wouldn't channel an evil, murderous spirit. Then she and Maya had their altercation. Then somebody put Maya in this. I don't really remember. I don't really understand what happens after that, but. Oh, right. Brevy, yeah, that tracks. Yeah, Garrulus, or that it was the wrong. You know what? Dahlia probably doesn't know what Pearl looks like. Dahlia and Pearl have never met. Morgan wouldn't have been able to show Dahlia a picture of Pearl. And so if Pearl just had like shoulder-length black hair, which would be normal, you would expect that for a young Japanese girl. Pearl inexplicably has brown hair. She's a Hoffa or something, I don't know. Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she could easily make that mistake. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right now. Or about now, am I correct? Right about now. The Funk Soul Brother, check it out now. I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Boom. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? Dahlia, you are dumb as bricks.
But how could that be? Remember that what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Oh. Okay, so I guess Misty never channeled her? Maya channeled Dahlia. Right, Ezer. Maya channeled Dahlia so that she wouldn't know whose body she was inhabiting? Our beach, she could take a little poison, although I don't think she's got any on her body. Indeed, Practical. I salute all the dumbest bricks girls out there.
Could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? Dahlia, you're so stupid. I love you so much. What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. I love a girl who is scintillatingly beautiful, literally the devil, and also dumb as bricks. She's so gorgeous, and she's so emotionally manipulative, and she's so coy, and she plays the role so easily. But also, she's actually pretty dumb. What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean? That's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you, motherfucker. I don't know if Minty's still watching, but don't say that! That was awesome. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool? It would be the third time. Minty, this is why you saw so much fan art of Dahlia possessing Maya, by the way. Was played for a fool? By that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? No. Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I can't believe they caught me, the murderer who was caught and executed. Indeed, Practical Aviation Cat. One of my favorite shapes. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out of the real world. Dahlia looks so fucking good in the sprite where the locks of hair falling over her face. Jesus fucking Christ. I only wish we got to see in-life Dahlia in this pose. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! Yay! Oh good, I was worried we wouldn't get to see the 9-year-old channel you this game. Hi! Mia! Mia Fey. Oh great, now they get to duke it out. Bechdel test passed. Although it's even a story about sisters. Well, it's two cousins possessing the bodies. Oh no, it's two cousins possessing the bodies of their cousins. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. For fuck's sake. Mia, could you come back in a different body? I really can't handle this right now. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else. What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Yeah, Phoenix, what was the fucking tip-off, dude?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
Not terribly unsurprising, since she was about to be killed.
No shit, Gooey.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me.
I think it's kind of mean that, like, because Dahlia's like, oh, Maya's so stupid, she could have never come up with this brilliant plan. I feel like the appropriate way to combat that would be to say, actually, you underestimate her, she's not stupid, she can think with ingenuity when she needs to, and she outsmarted you, dumbass. But no, it's like, you're right, she is stupid, she had to call her big sister.
That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was? Please, spirit of the dead, tell me what was so clear to you.
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls!
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was to follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly seems like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, when you were fucking 14, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime. Sploosh. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. You mean your boyfriend and your adoptive sister? And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. That's the judge's brother. The mini judge sprite. That's the judge's fucking brother. The judge's Canadian brother is the one who personally sentenced her to death. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. It's one stupid move after another for you. You dumb fucking bitch. I never loved you. And I was faking too. And Mia says that my dick is a normal size for my height and weight. But it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster? She's calling her old again. I mean, you're both dead now. Hey, wait a minute. I think Dahlia, you might have actually been older when you died than Mia was. It's been 11 years since she was 14. She was 25 when she died. Oh no, I think that's around the same age Mia died. Yeah, exactly, Vega. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. Jesus Christ, this conversation! Fuck you. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Welcome to your personal karmic hell. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. Exactly, RV. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of... I was joking! For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Wow. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you. It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Let's see it. Oh, she's going Ayi mode. She's going Ayi. I love this sprite. They exercised her with facts and logic. She's so fucking cool. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Bwam, 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 bwam. Maya, your bangs are different. Oh, I guess, were they braided back? Now, Maya, like I told you, you have to braid your bangs back like this. Neck. What did she say? I only saw her say neck. I think that sprite of Maya is also really, really cute. Oh, Nick, sis.
Neck. One-san.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor. Why are you asking me, actually? I'm not a fucking spirit medium. Why would you ask me and not the other spirit in the other side of the courtroom? It looks like she went back to the hell she came from. I guess I'll see her there. Get it? Would you remember? Because I said that I returned from the depths of hell. You remember how I said that? My cool line about me?
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
But that has never been a word. What?
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Let's leave Dahlia in the afterlife, shall we?
Phoenix starts sweating. Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Quran channeling technique.
This is a good bit. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way. I don't know how I feel about spirit channeling. The whole thing sounds like kind of a crack. I think you're pretty brain dead, brother judge. Oh, shit.
I'm finally ready to pass judgment on Iris of Zakura Temple. I'm a very bad judge. I'm ill-suited for the role.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
Right, game is not over. In case any of you guys were thinking that. Game is extremely not over.
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Remember what Evil Spirit Chan said in her testimony?
I wonder what they called her. What's the word for a grudge spirit? The original Japanese name? Is it Noroi? The same as the movie? Anyway. Nice, Ezra. Yeah, nice. Yeah, good job, Ezra. Yeah. Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
This trial isn't over until I'm found guilty of contempt.
Onryo. Thank you, Bremy. Thank you, Arbeat.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
I love Dahlia so much. It's a shame that they said let's never channel her again, because I would have liked to have seen her in later games. I haven't played either of the 3DS Phoenix Wrights, so I don't know if maybe Iris shows up in one of those. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise do know. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over?
Place your bets, place your bets, place your bets.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way!
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness!
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Thank you, Brick Raid. I'd like a treat.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know what name you're going by now. You've clearly got a whole lot of bullshit going on. I don't know what happened to you since I've died, but you have like a whole deal happening here.
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
MK?
Huh. Isn't it obvious?
No, it's not at all.
There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
You might be right, Arbeat. I don't remember this.
The very person who saw her mother...
Oh, no, it's Maya.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya?
I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Yeah, Diego, since I died, you're like missing half your face, and you're also like really, really annoying. I'm sorry I couldn't save your face. Or your sense of self-awareness.
You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Ms. Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Beautiful woman who used to suck my shit sloppy style, and now she can't anymore because she's dead. I'm mad about it.
You've got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
No, Mia's like, no, I'm still gonna be here. I'm not leaving. I'm still participating in this.
That's enough. My ship sails in the morning.
He's back. I think it's the first time he said enough since he reappeared. February, he's acting like this because he can't actually taste coffee anymore since he died. February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
More friends! More allies!
Query, thank you for the follow.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time.
You're so smart and handsome, and I bet your dick is an average size for your height and body weight.
There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked in there. Great point.
Wait, that's not me, actually. That's Dahlia. Wait, let me out. My sister. I felt sorry for her.
Holy shit! Juliana, thank you so much for the 6 months resub in advance. 6 months all at once? Thank you so much.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Sakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing.
But yeah, I always loved her too, Iris. I can understand sticking your neck out for her. I would have done it.
That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Thank you, Juliana. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. LOL, ZJ Mac.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando, back before he looked like shit. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth.
They were already right up on the truth after Dahlia's first trial, where Terry Falls kills himself. There was no room for ambiguity.
Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunant, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Hi, it's your dead sister. Can you come pick up the body for me, please? There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But...
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
Yes, MK. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everyone. Folks, if you enjoy the stream, would like to donate to help keep it running, I am trying to raise enough money to cover my rent for this present month, so I'd be very grateful for anything you're able to spare. Woo! Doop-de-doop.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me this shit? Or Edgeworth this shit? But why Why did you alter the body? I understand why she didn't, and it's because it would spoil the big dramatic reveal of someone having channeled Dahlia on the night of the murder. And it is a big dramatic reveal. I think it was extremely effective. It was a wise decision.
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishato. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. You think I'm cute? I like you. Do you like me? YM. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. Oh, was it not Dahlia? I gave them a Dahlia voice.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Victim staff updated in the court record. Huh, okay. Has the sword hidden inside, the actual weapon used to murder the victim. I guess it's a good thing I don't know who it was and gave that person a Dahlia voice because it seems like it would have been a big spoiler. Defendant.
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. Bailiff, could you please go in along with her to make sure that the judge behaves himself? He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. Oh, no. Yeah, Coin.
This ain't gonna work. I need you to move the body for me. Then I'm gonna kill myself in a way that causes my body to never be found.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Hey, Mia. Mia! Yeah, how's Maya doing?
Hey, boss, you want us to channel that dead broad?
Ezra, that would be really good if the one channeling Dahlia Hawthorne was Furio Tigre.
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll completely recover. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunon really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her.
Why would you tell her that?
I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
Arby, that would be pretty hot. That's a fine mental image you paint.
What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her. But still, yes, Gooey, there's boobs. I believe this may be the specific sprite. It was either this or the Maya channeling Mia sprite that caused my friend, upon seeing my Phoenix Wright AMV in early high school, to say, yo, what's with all the fucking titties, though? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe, I know who it was. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 donation. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Shit. That would mean that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. I mean, Chief. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Mia's definitely not also going to be there. All right, you guys ready? We got another 2 hours. Bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Hope we can make it in time. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests.
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or?
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible.
Well, that sucks, because they're mother and daughter, so it's not going to be easy to figure out which of them it was.
There's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Okay.
That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial.
You didn't test the blood on the monument? Do we already know that that was... Do we not know whose fucking blood it is that Maya's written in on the stone lantern, really? It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed.
Very well, please bring in the last witness.
Hi, I changed into my normal clothes so they didn't have to redraw all my sprites with a different robe.
When I was a kid, I was like, wow, that's cringe. That was so lazy of them. They should have at least like done a sprite recolor. But now that I am not an ignorant child, I know that they were so badly running out of space on the original Game Boy Advance cartridge for this game that's the reason Sister Bikini is so short. You don't necessarily realize it because she's only ever on screen by herself, but she's like around the same height as Pearl, and it's because they didn't have enough space to fit bigger sprites. So she's... Arby, this is what I'm saying. The sprite work, like, you guys don't get to appreciate the sprite work because we're playing this on it's the remake, the Steam release, and not the DS version. But like the sprite work is noticeably improved from the sprites that date to Ace Attorney, the first game, to the sprites that were drawn anew for Trials and Tribulations. Like, they got a lot better at it. And then Apollo Justice, which was always on the DS, fucking blows it all out of the water. It looks amazing. To the point that I might want to stream Apollo Justice on DS instead of the remake. I'll still probably have to do the remake, but... In the game's data, the lower half of Bikini Spray is used for UI textures? Holy fuck! Does that mean that when they boost Bikini up behind the witness box, if you could remove the witness box, you'd see, like, the UI textures under her? Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company law offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crime channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. She's so twisted and grimdark, player.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunant's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Hey, Godot, do you have something to tell us maybe about when it is and isn't appropriate for a lawyer to cry?
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. Don't cry. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Well...
But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, What exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Boom, boom, banana, boom.
Also, Todd, I don't think it's appropriate to say ex-wife unless she divorced him and then died. You should be re-poisoned. Quick, Maya, channel Dahlia again. Did Dahlia recognize him, by the way? She didn't seem to, at the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya,
Hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. But yeah, to recolor Maya's sprite would have taken up more space than they actually had on the cartridge. They also wanted Old Bag in here, but they thought that there wouldn't be enough room. I think she shows up during the credits sequence. Spoilers, I guess. They had to cram a couple Old Bag sprites in, too. Someone struck me over the head, ended up against the stone lantern. Let's just press everything. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do?
Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense.
Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely...
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunant, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey.
1 + 1 = 2. Oh, she's like my aunt.
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid that I was going to lose my memory.
So, my lovely aunt, whom I love quite dearly, this isn't meant to be ragging on her, but she has, as I do, obsessive compulsive disorder. And at one time, I don't think she does this anymore, but when I and she were younger, one symptom of it was that any time she hit her head accidentally, she would say, "My name is her name. My name is her name," to like make sure she wasn't losing her memory.
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Good job not accidentally saying your aunt's name live on stream, Tess. Good job not accidentally doxing yourself.
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Gross.
I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? There's never a penalty for pressing for more details. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, it's like, what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at.
Dun dun dun!
That's who I was screaming to for help.
Ah! What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Maya! What?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. That's one of my rules.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Yeah, Helena?
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunant, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother, who at the time was possessed by Dahlia Hawthorne.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this!
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
He's such a fucking asshole. He's such a fucking asshole. That's so stupid. That doesn't mean anything. He meant to say, like,
Her mind's been muddled by her
trauma or whatever, but he didn't say that. He's just fucking talking about coffee.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What does that that joke supposed to be? Now I have to Google that. Olay. Legal? Phoenix Wright. Somebody has posted it as a funniest moments quote. Yes, no, I know that you like that he said cafe au lait is not even legal, but I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Bullfighting? I don't think so. Cafe au lait is the coffee that very good, Muno. Do they talk about it on this Game Facts page? No, they don't. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Everybody saying one of my favorite judge quotes. Why is it your favorite judge quote? It doesn't mean anything. Oh. Thanks, Kringus. And don't worry, I'm about to go back to streaming Metal Gear Solid 2, but I've been enjoying streaming them as well. God only knows, Vega. No shortage of people, if you Google it, there's no shortage of people saying, that's one of my favorite judge lines, but nobody's actually fucking explaining why it would be funny. Sex pun? How? Like L-A-Y, like allay, like sex? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. You must have noticed how much worse I got when I yelled at her that she saw her mother murdered in front of her eyes. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No!
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene!
I guess there was. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please. Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer. I'm an officer of the court! That is actually how you say that. They fucked that up at an earlier game, or I think an earlier case in this game. Officer of the court, which of course we all know from Better Call Saul. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Ms. Faye saw in the darkness?
Sorry to say it. Because it was pitch black, Ms. Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
Please recall that the first day of the trial, when the bridge was still out, nobody could get a hold of Godot to get him to try the case. And when Phoenix and Gumshoe and Von Karma run across the bridge as soon as it's repaired, Godot shows up, but he says, "What took you so long?" Which was really fucking stupid, because it doesn't make any sense if he also got there on the bridge, because it would have mean that he got there after them.
But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. You see, my client has a certain electromagnetic sensitivity. Right, so with the lights turned off, you don't feel them. If the current's not flowing, no. All right, so if somebody got a small power source, like a battery or something, close to your skin, you'd know. Trite, do you have something in your pocket?
What? This is... But it can't be!
Huh. Man, what is the power source on that fucking thing that it's glowing that brightly? That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. It's extremely sick, Ezra. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. You imagine fucking seeing those 3 red horizontal lines coming up behind the person attacking you?
Order! 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 Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing.
That being said, this point is also foreshadowed in an earlier case. I think it's the Luke Atney mask-to-mask case, where all the lights go out in the courtroom, and or actually, maybe it was the Tigre case, but it like shows Phoenix's eyes blinking, like when he gets coffee thrown on his head, and then it pans across and you see the 3 glowing lines for Godot. They did a really fucking good job with this. I was wondering, because I told you guys, this is the game that I've replayed the least, because I lent my copy of it to a friend, and I never got it back. I was wondering why it was my favorite, because I was thinking about the individual cases, and I was thinking like, I feel like there's stronger cases in the other 2 games. And it's because the game as a whole works so fucking well. It manages to stick to its theme so cohesively with the idea of like doubles, Dahlia and Iris, and the 2 mask-to-masks, and the 2 victims in the 3rd case, the real victim and the fake victim. Phoenix catches a cold twice, that kind of thing. And it makes like all of the cases impact each other so well, not only directly, because cases 1 and 4 have direct bearing on this one, but also even like very minor things like setting that stuff up, like the fact that it was poison in coffee in the 3rd case, just like killed Diego Armando. It's good. They did a really good job. The like thematic foreshadowing as much as the direct textual foreshadowing. It's great. Anyway. Nothing shocks me. I'm too fucking annoying, Your Honor. All things are equally unexciting to my boring ass. It makes me think, this line from Disco Elysium has been haunting me lately. Or if you like fail an Inland Ocean or Inland Empire check, it says only banal things occur to you. You're a very banal person at heart with a very shallow soul. It's like, oh my god.
Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everyone. Folks out there, we are nearing the end of this video game. It's nearly time for a lawyer to cry because it's all over. So if, while we still have time, you'd like to donate to help support the stream, I'm trying to make rent, which I need to pay in the next few days. So anything helps. LootNet, it has good writing.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness! Mr. Wright, what in the...
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
Wow, you didn't call him old man this time, or Gramps. Jesus Christ, MK.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Oh my god! It only just now hit me that Godot constantly saying, "That's one of my rules," is exactly the same as the bit I always do for Spike Spiegel whenever I watch that show. Every time he says something ridiculous, I go, "That's my catchphrase." Oh, man. Like in at the end of Sympathy for the Devil, where the kid asks, Do you understand?" And Spike says, "Yeah, I understand." As if. I love to go, "That's my catchphrase."
All right.
The issue is that when I'm doing that bit along a watch through, he inevitably says, "Whatever happens, happens," which is actually kind of his catchphrase.
Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but there was a lingering odor of something in the temple garden. Boy smell! When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
How many Ahega reductions are we at right now, Arby? So, the 23 I already did?
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
Getting held in contempt for referring to the judges. You old piece of shit. You old bag of bones, sponge ass motherfucker.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted.
Goddamn, 15 already? All right, bring the price down to 686. 16,686.
It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
I thought she was locked in the cell. I might have to press everything here. I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to do. I'll stand and stretch. Sorry, I'm wearing slacks today and not my skirt. My black pencil skirt that I usually wear with this suit jacket, a button fell off of it, and because I don't have a needle and thread or know the first thing about sewing, I haven't been able to replace it. Thank you, Practical. There we go.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer!
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. Holy shit. I think I know what it is. Wow. I know what it is. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. All of the snow had been cleared away. Why was all the snow cleared away? You're saying the killers cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah, the area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Okay, it's another 20. There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. Okay, that's fine. We can keep talking about other stuff. The torches were lit? All right, 16,666 points for an Ahegao. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes,
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene, but for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, now can I do it? Yes, the killer carried you in there. Okay, we already pressed that. Now, please. Sometimes the way to advance is that you press later dialogue and then repress.
When I first saw the crime scene, I felt something.
And then you press earlier dialogue. You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the Inter Temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so about that. If the killer was destroying all the evidence for your sake, why did they leave the word Maya on the lantern? Could it be that they couldn't fucking see it? Echo, are you trying to get into my room? The body of Elise Dunon was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, sorry, I got tripped up saying true crime. I always do when it comes time to say the titles of my favorite network procedurals. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah,
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off this lantern?
Oh, you're right! Order! 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 But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Godot, come on, man. There's no point in playing coy here. Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
Killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer... Oh, quoting me and my awesome lines. Quoting one of my rules. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. Okay, we're getting a bit ableist again.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
The guy I already said was the real killer? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
None of us can, Your Honor. LOL, Ezra. This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. That's also why Godot removed an excessive amount of snow, because he couldn't see. He knew that there was a blood spray, but he couldn't see which snow did or didn't have blood on it. So he just like removed it all. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Huh. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
It's just the cool red LEDs. It's not a medical thing. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? Like the foreshadowing in the earlier case with the three glowing lines for Maya seeing him, and also the red splotch on the apron for him not being able to see red. You're already primed to reach the conclusion in this case by the previous cases, because you see him glow in the dark. You learn that he can't see red. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron the delightful Ms. Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the blood stain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor! The blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron!
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
That's a terrible fucking joke. Fuck you. Again, no crowd chatter. It's weird. I wasn't sure about it until now, but... MK. I can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. MK, you understand that he did it to save Maya's life, right? Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Ms. Elise Dunant, also known as Ms. Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Was it the guy with the 2 monitors and the light-up visor? Yeah. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. I know, right, Quaid? And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
No. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Hold it! Wait just a minute. Maya.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I am afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. I need to get my ableism in. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? That's the case. I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ha! Nicely done, Trite. I hate your guts approximately 3% less.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
MK, if I were in Maya's place, I would be doing the exact same thing. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Maybe she's the murderer. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Yeah, that sounds like Godot. I'm sure he's great with kids.
Stop crying, you stupid little bitch. You're not even old enough to drink coffee.
It's like shoving it in her face.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
Minty! What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual,
But what do you guys think Godot would smoke? Because I'm sure that when they came up with the idea that he should smoke, they were probably just thinking like a cigarette. But I think long brown cigarillo might fit him better.
well, Mr. Wright,
Let's get this cross-examination started. Cigarillo is really the only correct option. Because I feel like the cigarette is a little too effete, but a big ass cigar, like he's too slick to be chomping on a big old stogie. But cigarillos are, you know, bigger than a cigarette, thicker than a cigarette, but a little more dainty than a cigar, and they're usually like flavored with ridiculous scents, including potentially coffee they could do, or bourbon if it's the old version of him. You just snus. A vape with a huge red glowing light you can see in the dark. That's why she knew it was him. Pearly was also stuck at the inner temple side. She looked around but couldn't find anyone. Godot cheered her up. Right, he cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. That's how I'd describe him too. Shit! I skipped the dialogue.
and here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. How did he cheer her up? So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly. I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. Godot, no. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. You can't give a 9-year-old coffee, you bitch! Even with milk and sugar. Why wasn't Pearls bouncing off the fucking walls when we encountered her?
What a sweet story.
You had a thermos of coffee? Why does that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Okay, good. I can find the piece of dialogue that I skipped over accidentally. And then I can ask for details on the other point. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. That's so sweet. The cold slowed her down. Yeah, it was a counterbalance. Old Godot would have given her bourbon. Let's talk about your investigation, Godot. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, goggles. They are not goggles, it's a visor. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed to the prep room.
Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? He knew what was on the wall scroll, even though it should have been illegible. I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when oh, okay, this is just the ending dialogue. Okay. Yeah, what do I do here? Do I just present the wall scroll? No. Oh, maybe present the wall scroll at the previous piece of dialogue that says that's when he arrived for the first time? This is a sneaky one, because this doesn't contradict. The only reason, like no inherent information to the scroll contradicts what Maya said. It's what Godot just said about it that contradicts what Maya said. Yep, that's it, wow. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Western tastes, suitable to a baka gaijin such as yourself, Trite. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
Well, only her feet are visible. Can I have this? What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Neck? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Hold it! Wait a minute, Neck! Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly! So if you know the meaning of the mark...
And you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crust meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Why would a Japanese woman be wearing Japanese clothing? That's insane. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. I don't know fucking why, but it seems that you were. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Maybe. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. Oh, shit. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, I see. So Morgan wrote the instructions before she was arrested and hid them, and then during a prison visit, she told Pearl where to find them? By the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. Thank you, Stream Elements, folks. We're so close to our goal and so close to the end of our game. Hope you'll consider donating before it's all over. Thank you in advance. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit. Oh no, maybe they were hidden at the detention center. I don't really understand where they were supposed to have been hidden. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Here in the US, all communications with people in incarceration are monitored all the time. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. Thank you, Brent, for the $15. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. The fragrance of mango vapor. Well done. Thank you for the $1.50. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. That started out so fucking cool, but I guess it couldn't stay that way. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. Something cute about how Pearl is localized, with Phoenix calling her Pearls and Maya calling her Pearly. Name in Japanese is Harumi, and Phoenix calls her Harumi-chan, which is what I expected, but Maya calls her Hami-chan. That is cute. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for this to occur. I don't know, 20 yards. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $3.60. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. He's so hot!
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
I'm sorry, I told this to Barry. I don't know if I said this to you guys on stream. What's going on with Godot is sort of a Jake Marshall situation, so it's fitting, it turns out, because Jake Marshall, even though he's from the first game, was written after Godot was, and he was written as sort of like a counterpart to Godot, like how the Sky Sisters are counterparts to the Fays. Like with Jake Marshall, I may not have been horny for the character initially, but I ended up giving them a sexy voice. Same with Jake Marshall, I had his voice down here. It's worth it to see Bambina smile again. The exact same situation where I got really horny for him because of the voice I gave him. Anyway, however, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, it's not exactly fucking rocket science. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? It is my own voice, yeah. Well, it's for the character. And a component of the character is the voice that I've given them. Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It doesn't help that I gave him my Spike Spiegel impression voice. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Your ex! There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Oh. Same reason Dahlia wanted to kill her. It all comes back to Mia. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
I love this fucking plot line for Godot. It's beyond soap opera. It's like a fantasy story that he was a defense attorney, but then suffered death and was buried, but rose again as what he most hated, twisted by the experience. He became the foul creature known as a district attorney. Like, I really enjoy the way that Phoenix Wright mythologizes law practice. It's in the same way that in the first game with Edgeworth, it's like, Edgeworth, what happened to you? When you were a kid, you wanted to be a defense attorney. Why, Edgeworth? Why would you become a prosecutor? The worst creature imaginable. You were corrupted by the man who killed your true father. It is like wrestling. It is like wrestling. That's a good comparison.
Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
Right, they're always doing heel turns, turning into prosecutors. With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now, Phoenix. That's not nice. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
No.
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. It's weird how they didn't give this one an incident name, like DL6. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. All will be resolved in righteous law combat! Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. How optimally traumatizing would it be if Phoenix and Iris got together after this? Because they seem to be like hinting at like, oh, she maybe has a crush on him. It's like, yeah, I would love to get together with the identical twin of my ex-girlfriend who secretly hated me and tried to murder me and used me to escape a murder charge and returned from the dead to try to kill my law partner. Oh, and who is indistinguishable from Iris if someone's channeling her. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. At least she wasn't a district attorney, that's right. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault! It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself! Mia. I'm glad they're flashing back to this moment, because this is the one time in this case I didn't call you kitten. You can't cry yet. Say the line! Say the line! The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Woo! I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. Truly, she was the cream to my bitter coffee. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne, also because she tried to murder me. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Very good, Todd. Very droll. I admired her. The way she put all her faith behind her clients. That sweet, innocent soul. Also, she had a killer fucking rack.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here at this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. I mean, you were already calling her kitten before then, so don't pretend that that's what made you get eyes for her. Like, you were already macking on her long before that trial, my dude.
Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Indeed, practical.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder.
Persephone, she just put the poison in his bourbon. I want to say scotch every single time, because bourbon whiskey, that's not the word that goes with whiskey to me. It's scotch whiskey. But Tessa is dumb and doesn't know about the brown alcohols. I fucked up talking about this to Barry yesterday. I said scotch by mistake, and she said, I thought you said it was bourbon. I was like, listen, I don't know from brown liquors. They're for men. It's none of my business. Excellent, Quaid.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
Again, it's like a soap opera. I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep.
LOL, Brevy.
That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Just like in Twin Peaks, remember that?
When Leland's hair turns white in Twin Peaks, and then he's eating dinner with the doctor, and the doctor's like, well, I'm not surprised your hair turned white, given what you experienced. And I was like, you're not? How are you not? That doesn't happen. Yes, it is lucky, but I said scotch, which would be the wrong kind of whiskey. That's terrible. Your poor hair.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew.
Damn, your fucking executor didn't pull the plug on you after 5 years? How are you able to stand?
Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of bourbon.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me.
Nice angle.
Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Now you guys know why I call her best girl. It's because she's best girl.
Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad. Indeed, Quaid.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
To fuck you over.
Ever hear about how the writers were told in the first game that a US release would have to keep the Shinto stuff to a minimum, then abandoned the plans for the second and third game, so they went all in on the Shinto stuff? Right, exactly.
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. If I was on the plains on 9/11, it would have gone down differently.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karine Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. Thank you, Locktar. I will have a treat. I'd love to interrupt this somber moment with a big chip crunch. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? Also to me, her daughter. You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? No? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karine had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time, but not telling her fucking family for some reason. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. I weaseled my way into your family dynamic somehow. I'm really not relevant to your relationship with your mother, but I'm here now. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You really, man? You calling it an evil plan? Like legit calling it an evil plan? You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
I really like the Mona Simpson voice I do for Elise. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karine, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Man, Godot, you have been explaining the resolution of this case for a long-ass time now. There we go.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm gonna admit to. Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But
You're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
That's true, Just. Good point.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own!
No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot.
Mia, come on. What kind of ideas are you planning in Maya's head here?
Listen, I know the coffee thing seems cringe, but he's actually really hot.
Has he called you kitten? Just, okay, keep him out of jail, okay?
I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. All right, fucking, there's no higher moral authority than the law, bitch-ass motherfucker. His coffee jokes are too funny. His arm belts are too nifty. I would and will die for him. What are those called? The little belts that they put on the forearms. We were like working at a casino in the Old West. Please, Maya, testify. Testify?
Ms. Fey, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
Thank you, 20 yards. Garters is what they are. Thank you. Hence garter. Snake.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Proceed with your final cross-examination of this witness.
I have an idea. Who screamed? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
Oh-ho!
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Ah, I spilled coffee on my dick!
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but there is a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
No, Quoid, his lack of self-confidence is warranted. She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Damn, Dahlia hard as fuck, getting run through and then spinning around. Here's the attorney's badge. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
No. That's true, 20 yards. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Shades of Von Karma here. And the bullet in the shoulder.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
But we can't prolong this trial any longer for some bullshit contrived reason. Is there a way you can prove it now?
Nice theory, Trite. How about you back it up with a source?
The gallery has said shit all case.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer.
Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? You probably couldn't fucking see the blood on the blade, man.
What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? Even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be!
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me.
Not a chance! What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue to...
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
Nice try, Wright. I only have one set of clothes. You can tell by how much I reek.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right.
I really like this conceit with like a certain number of people being trapped on the other side of the cliff. It's very dramatic.
And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple...
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, we're coming up against the wire now. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge.
Exactly, Persephone.
Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Ugh, did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Admit it, you're just trying to picture me naked.
Thank you, Bremy, for the $5 donation.
So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Godot, can you stop fucking testing my metal like you're my goddamn master Jedi?
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
I know, right, just?
If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite! Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. That's one of my rules. I also really like how much we get to see of the Phoenix-Mia relationship in this. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
Ha! That's good. I can't get off otherwise. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
I don't know, again, why you're the one dishing that out, not the judge. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give it a break! You've got nothing, Trite!
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. But Phoenix Wright loves saying that shit.
All right then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? I have to examine this evidence from the old angle and draw the obvious conclusion. I guess Evil Phoenix Wright would be,
Furio Tigre, though.
This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It seems like the same question.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Huh? What was that just now?
Yeah, she's a ghost. Are you surprised? You saw someone channel her spirit fucking half an hour ago. She's a ghost. No shit.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Oh, I need to fuck Phoenix. Now I understand.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. That's so sick. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh, Maya. She's so sweet. The aide is still there with one last cuppa.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive, was me.
You? Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
This entire game has been about my character arc. I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
Model view, Gary, we're right on the cusp of it here. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one.
Wow! Wow! Some growth from Godot. You arrogant? No! 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 Godot, come on, don't say that about yourself.
I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. A cab, player. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist.
This is some fucking Cowboy Bebop shit, dude.
These must be my tears.
Fuck yes!
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You'd do well to remember this, Maya.
Quoid, I didn't notice until you just pointed it out that District Attorney has the same initials as Diego Armando.
You'd do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
He said the thing. He said the line. MK. Yes! What an awesome fucking game, dude. This is my favorite one in the series, still. Like I said, I was thinking like, oh, but the individual cases aren't that strong. How could this be my favorite in the face of the other two, which had a lot of stuff I liked? This is hella the best one. I love this one. Anyway,
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh shit, I'm still here.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I know, right, Mushroom Cat? Isn't it great?
I understand, Your Honor.
I'm glad that I get to play it again because I lost my copy of it.
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my death penalty! Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
And I always forget, we get like such a huge piece of Phoenix's backstory in this too. Phoenix and Mia, the cornerstones of the franchise.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. I still never take Cold Killer X. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Oh no. Oh no. No, you're gonna traumatize Phoenix worse? No! Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister,
You only met twice? I don't remember this at all! Huh? We only met twice?
the first time you met was on that fateful day.
Quoid, seriously.
The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Phoenix! Oh my god! Phoenix is going into therapy for a fucking decade after this. Jesus Christ! Why did you have to say it like that, too? Why did you have to say it like that? You mean? You were my first time?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
But what the fuck is this stupid bullshit? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day.
Garrulous, I agree, it does make sense. It annoys me that they backtracked Phoenix becoming like a sad drunk in Apollo Justice. I liked that as a character turn for him.
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
No shit, MK, it's insane. Prepared for the worst.
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? No, quite, it doesn't.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
That is insane. What a twist.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day.
That's true, just. Yeah, it does make sense. Because I said when I was streaming the first case, she couldn't steal it from him when she was asleep. She couldn't kill him and take it. Right, but she wasn't the one trying to get it back. It does make sense now. Anyway.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Oh no. Noticed what?
My feelings for you.
This is so fucked up!
If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. I totally would have tried to stop her from killing you anyway, even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
This is so fucked up. I have something to say to you too. Get the fuck away from me!
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
God damn, dude. Fucking Christ. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. We're back to me now. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright. It's true, just he did say that. I thought she was just a master manipulator. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty. Pew, 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 pew.
Court is now.
Nope, no confetti.
Court is now adjourned.
Yes, let's get the fuck out of here, my god. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I got a million notifications all at once. Sorry, they're still coming! Oh, it's Gmail. They all clicked in suddenly. Mia! I thought I was getting a call. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando! The man who cared so deeply for you! Your boyfriend, I know you liked him, right? You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. Yes, MK, it's weird and gross. I don't like it. I also just, like, hate the palette of Pearl's outfit. It, like, doesn't flatter Mia as a character. There's nothing more you can learn from me. I'm gonna stop manifesting now. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Exactly, Trot. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday. Phoenix. Well, presumably after he dies. Look at these idiots back here. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Hi! I am definitely gonna have to present some game-ending evidence, and I don't know what the fuck it is. Neck. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too? We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. That's so fucked up that Phoenix was in a relationship with Iris for 8 months and didn't realize it. That is incredibly fucked up. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? Your fucking mom died. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still a softie as always, Felix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, they would have had to postpone it because they wouldn't have been able to get either party. Neither Godot nor Phoenix. It wouldn't have been a problem. Anyway, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh. Oh my god, their relationship is so fucked. Jesus Christ. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca? I don't suppose. Am I Gumshoe? I don't know who I am. I Gumshoe? Am I Godot? Who's talking here? I don't suppose. Oh, it was Larry? I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry. What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Oh, do I have to present the drawing to him? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. Nick, I'm threatening suicide. You have to tell me I'm a good friend. No, no, no. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? What?
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Franzi's Whippity Whip Trap!
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at.
Yeah, girls?
The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me.
Oh, the painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. I don't remember seeing that. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
She's been kidnapped. 6th case. Surprise!
Hey, Pearly!
Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled.
Well, I just found out that my girlfriend, who I was dating for 8 months, and then she tried to murder me, was actually a different woman, and she still has feelings for me, but also I just got her put into jail for being an accomplice to murder.
I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well, under, I would say, less felicitous circumstances. Not that these circumstances are especially felicitous, even less felicitous circumstances.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded in this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Probably Phoenix. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to— Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Knight. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Never mind, it's not me, because there's not a Phoenix profile. So it must be Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Not this fucking screen again! It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. I agree, Persephone. I like his little smirk.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance, it was her gankiness that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Hey, I'm here too! Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Yeah, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me.
That's right, you did promise me something like that, didn't you?
My salary's just kinda gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
No, not fucking très bien.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Jesus Christ. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal.
Oh, it's where his girlfriend works. That's why he wants to go there.
Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too.
Viewer.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Uh-oh. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Where did Mia walk her? Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one's heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick,
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright.
We won't.
but where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. The law office? Back here? February. How did she get here? Hazakura Temple main gate.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
I'm me.
Kringus, thank you so much for the $10. Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
Thank you, Kyogi, for the $5.
So she's here? Pearlie is here?
She's in the trading hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay.
I'm glad I didn't have to pick where she'd be. Oh, she was in the inner trading hall? Why is she fucking here?
Pearlie's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah,
Damn. Good restoration work, Pearls.
someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearls.
Ah, Mystic Maya. Pearlie, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here? I know, Trot. Well, no, Trot. This is probably an unusual dish for them because Indian curry wouldn't be a usual dish for like a temple of Shinto monks high in the mountains either. Which is what it was in the original game.
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who is there for me. Well, my sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
Am I gonna have to present that she wrote Maya on the lantern? She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. Oh no.
Well, that's the Master's talisman.
Thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. Oh, okay, just that was my mistake. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
A photo? Ah! Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Jesus Christ. Oh. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed. Look at baby Mia. She's so cute. This is so, it's sad that we don't really get to see them spend time together as sisters. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. They're so fucking cute, Jesus Christ. I learned that from all of them. Oh my god! Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Bah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. No shit, Brevy. I think that Mystic Ami's soul probably escaped from that urn, like, within a decade of her passing. I think the urn has just been broken, and that's why it keeps breaking so easily, because it's already fucking broken. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. I live alone here now, because Iris is gone forever. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? You're doing the bit. It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I've got a goosebumps too. Say the line, Phoenix. Well then, here goes nothing. Woo! Woo! My arms are invisible because of the black background, but woo! I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crime and the office manager of Wright & Company Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. This medley that plays over the credits to Phoenix Wright 3 is excellent. Don't go anywhere. There's more dialogue. And also the song is good. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with a special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Thank you, Bremy, for hitting that. Yes, it would mean a lot to me if we could nudge that purple bar a little bit further to the right during the credits. Yo, you changed your coat! Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. That's good. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Shut the fuck up, Gumshoe. That's a good use for that sprite. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karine exhibit was a great success.
I even got to see Ms. Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for over a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Thank you, Practical, and thank you for thank you, Anonymous, for the donations. $7.79 and $5 respectively. Also, gay. Speaking of gay, Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Kyogi, thank you for the $5 donation. It is hard to read this shit quick enough when I have to read it out loud and it advances without my input. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it right now. Win through compromise. Dollar due for you, thank you for the $5. Godot, thank you for the $1.50. Model View Gary, thank you for the $5.
I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Jenny, thank you for the 7 months. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aw.
That's sweet in spirit, if not in phrasing. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. It's because all their names are palindromes, is the bit. Akemi Kimura. You're a real one.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Excellent trot. Bow, bow, now, now, now. Robot Lady was in it for a very brief span of time. Bow, 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 bow.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Fucking hell, Phoenix, can you not get out from under her thumb? It's been 6 years, man. Oh, God. Phoenix Wright, Ben Grauman, Judd. I guess this is who did the voice lines.
Objection!
Seon King? Sean King?
Objection!
Yeah, who did voice Mia? Christina Catano. Ha!
Objection!
Hey, man. Who voiced your dumbass? James C. Wilson. There goes his Adam's apple. Oh, and of course, friends, how could we forget? Janet Sue. Well, this is also like sort of a series end credits. I don't know if they were planning. Oh, sure, let's credit this guy. David Chryslip. They should have named the character David Chryslip. That's perfect. I don't know if they were planning to do Apollo Justice at this point, but it is the last Phoenix Wright game. Oh, shit.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit. Now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgipoo, I know exactly what he's saying. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something just as painful to this fragile heart. Oh, well, when will I ever find a gentleman who will treat me like a lady?
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Ah. Atsushi Inaba. Thank you, Atsushi. I finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity-whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. Should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Quoid, she's taking it on and putting it off. Aww. That is nice. Wow, you really put a lot of TLC into Franzi there, didn't ya? RIP to these idiots. Godot presumably died on the way back to his home planet. No, MK, she's literally always holding it. Achievement unlocked, 2 of them. One of them for beating the case and one of them for beating the entire game. Alrighty. Oh boy. That stream whipped ass. That stream was excellent. The entire game was excellent. I had such a good time. Thank you so much for the $25 Jenny bodied, and I assume that takes us to our goal. Yes, it took us past it. Thank you, Jenny. That's so kind of you. It's time for me to find somebody to raid out into. Thank you again so much. That game whipped. That game is amazing. That's the best game in the trilogy. I have no doubt. There's great parts of other games, including, I would say, prominently the final case of the first game, the one that was added for the DS version. But man, that game whips ass. All right, raiding into whom? I raid into HC Justin. Thank you guys all so much for showing up to watch me stream Phoenix Wright today and every day. This playthrough got off to a really rocky start. So I was at my mom's in Rhode Island and my internet sucked. So the first, where I guess it was the second and third stream had frame rate issues, which was hard on me, my tender heart. I'm really glad that you guys saw it through to the end. I do, of course, want to thank those of you who were able to donate today, being Jenny. Oh, for fuck's sake, don't be scrolling through the options right now. I can't stop it. Godot, Kyogi, Model View Gary, Practically Vision Cat, Anonymous, Kringus, Kyogi, Bremy, another Anonymous, The Fragrance of Mango Vapor, Brent, Anonymous, Lucky, The Ghost Del Test, Scouting, Kringus, ZJ Mac, Anonymous, Minty, William, Locktar, Claire, Ezer, Jesus fucking Christ. No Game Audio on VOD and Maddox Executable Ken, thank you all so much. I was worried you guys were gonna fucking raid out while I was reading the list. Thank you all so much! You were all so generous, and we reached my goal. Fuck, I fucked up the light, which means that I can actually pay my rent in a timely fashion this month, which is good news for me. I will be back here tomorrow at my usual time with Metal Gear Solid 2. We're finally going back to it, and my cat suit ready for the occasion. So I will see you then for that. Until then, I hope I see you in the rated stream or later this evening in the Discord. Take care.